Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session or yet another sitting of Polity and Constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great. So, audible and visible. Amazing. We'll wait for others to join and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Happy New Year, Biswajit. Yes, SK Yasin, in the exam, you can use your own sentences. I mean, you have to use your own sentences. Ashutosh, you can at least study Indian Constitution at work if you don't know the basics. That would help. Surbhi, no. Nominated members cannot complain. Rahul Gandhi was disqualified under Article 102 only, but also under a different law called RP. We'll discuss that later on. Retrospective, Minu, means something which is applied from the back date. Retrospective, back date. Okay, so we'll do a quick recap. In the meantime, others can keep on joining. So in the previous class, that is yesterday, we took up for discussion the powers of the president, right? We largely discussed the, I think the legislative powers. Before that, we had discussed the judicial powers. Or I think the first point that we were discussing was the financial powers. Couple of points there. Then we discussed, of course, this fact that the president is the supreme commander of the armed forces. Then the judicial power, the mercy petition, Article 72, all the provisions, different types of mercies. We discussed all that, right? And then we saw capital punishment. And we had a detailed discussion on what exactly was capital punishment, etc. So we discussed that, and I gave a generic conclusion. You can have your own conclusions based on what you feel is appropriate. Later on, we also discussed on the legislative powers, Article 85, 86, mandatory address, the sessions of the parliament, the sittings, adjournment sine die or sine die, summoning, proroguing, nomination of members, Article 80, all these things. We then discussed ordinances, Article 123, the only legislative power with the president. And then we also discussed veto powers. So I think the last topic we were discussing was veto powers. I had said that we had the president has 3 veto powers. Of course, 2 of them are in his complete discretion. It is just that the absolute veto is used on the advice of Council of Ministers when the president rejects the bill or refuses to sign the bill. That is what is called a veto power, which is absolute veto. Then the president can also send back a bill, which is, if passed by the parliament, becomes binding on the president to give his assent. That is referred to as suspensive veto, because for a small period of time, the president is just suspending the passage of the bill. He is not able to prevent the passage, right? Suspensive veto. The only condition is that the bill has to be passed again with the same kind of majority. So in our country, basically, bills are passed with a what is called a simple majority. Simple majority refers to all those people who are present at that point of time, more than half of them, right? If they vote and say yes, then the bill is passed. That is called simple majority. Okay. As far as Bilkis Bano case is concerned, Harsh, we'll discuss that under judiciary. I had mentioned this yesterday only. We'll discuss that under judiciary because the convicts there were released not under the clemency power of president, but at the state level. So under state legislature, we'll discuss that. When we are discussing the governor, we'll discuss what exactly is the power of governor, how is it different, and we'll see the example of Bilkis Bano as well. So as and when the time comes, we'll discuss those appropriate topics. Okay. So that is all. Sahib, we'll have to have some patience. RPA section 8, 1, 2 and 3, 8A, 9, 9A, 10, 10A will be discussed under RPA, that is under elections, not right now. Okay. So we'll have to again bear with that topic as and when the time comes. We'll discuss those topics accordingly. Okay. Now, let's begin our discussion on the types of vetoes. Okay. So yesterday we had seen that we have how many types of vetoes? We had the Indian president has 3 types of vetoes, but world over we have 4 different types of vetoes. And of course, let's not forget, I think people have joined now. So we'll begin our discussion now on the types of vetoes. And since today is Ambedkar Jayanti, so a very important occasion because marks the anniversary of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a very amazing visionary. And what better to start this class with a quote from him when Ambedkar said that I want all people to be Indians first, Indian last, and nothing else but Indians. So he said that I do not want that our loyalty as Indians should be in the slightest way affected by any competitive loyalty, whether that loyalty arises out of our religion, out of our culture, out of our language, etc. So our loyalty is towards the nation. And to quote his words, I'll repeat again, I want all people to be Indians first, Indians last, and nothing else but Indians. Anyway, with that, let's begin our discussion for the day. So, veto powers, 4 veto powers. We know 3 of them already. We know what is absolute veto. What is this veto? When the president rejects the bill, refuses to sign it, absolute veto. Okay. A very good example of absolute veto I gave yesterday was in the case of 1954 when there was a part of the country called PEPSU, Patiala and East Punjab States Union. This comprised of areas like Shimla, Kasauli, Chel and all these. So at that point of time, in PEPSU, we had president's rule. And because of that, the center was passing the budget of PEPSU. But when the budget came to the president for his signature, in the meantime, the president's rule was removed from PEPSU, and hence the parliament no longer needed to pass the budget of PEPSU. And that is why the absolute veto was used by Dr. Rajendra Prasad, an example. Okay. Then we have suspensive veto in India. This is used in India, where the bills are passed by the same majority. Again, the president is bound to sign, give his assent. A slightly different version of the same suspensive veto is used in USA. It is almost the same. This is in USA. Qualified veto. Just like suspensive veto, the US president will return back the bill, right? If he finds there's some issue, and once the bill goes back to the US Parliament, the US Parliament is called Congress. So once it is sent back to Congress, Congress has to pass the bill, this time with a higher majority, meaning 2/3 people. Originally, they would have passed the bill with more than half the people approving. What is majority? Majority means more than half. But second time, if you want to pass the bill in USA, it is not meant for us. then the US Congress has to pass the bill with a 2/3 majority, meaning 2/3 of all the people there have to approve. Then it becomes binding on the president, the US president, to give assent. So the only difference between qualified and suspensive is here we have higher majority and here we have ordinary majority. Okay, that's the only difference. Otherwise, they're exactly the same provisions. And lastly, we have pocket veto. So what is pocket veto? Pocket veto basically, as we discussed yesterday, is the power of the president to take no action. And because there is no time frame mentioned in the constitution for the president to give his assent, hence pocket veto. In USA also, the US president has pocket veto, but the problem there is in USA, the president can delay the bill for maximum 10 days, meaning within 10 days, the president has to sign. But in our country, India, the president has been given no time frame to give his assent. So indefinitely. That is why there is a very pathetic kind of joke in polity that the pocket of Indian president is bigger than the pocket of US president. I mean, the point is that in the pocket of US president, there are only 10 days, but in the pocket of Indian president, infinite days. That is what is a joke in polity. Sorry, we cannot have more interesting jokes. That's the best that we have to offer. Okay, so that is with respect to veto powers. What is veto? If you look at the slide yesterday, you would have seen on the top of veto had mentioned clearly, veto means the official power to refuse to accept or allow. When you negate something, you refuse to allow something to be done. That is called veto. I refuse to get the bill passed. Veto. Okay. Now, this brings us to an end of our discussion of the topic president, which also actually brings us to a very interesting situation and to address to the concerns of a lot of you who are very angry also, upset also that why are you wasting 5 lakh rupees per month? Give the money to me instead. Or why is a person living in such a grand house, right? So what exactly is the position of the Indian president, right, in the constitution? See, you may feel that he has no real powers, rubber stamp, nominal head, make as much fun you want. But there are some discretionary powers given to Indian president. Discretionary. What is discretionary? At his own discretion, right? So here, no advice will be sought from Council of Ministers. COM advice not applicable. That is the discretion. Now, please don't ask me what is COM, Council of Ministers. Okay. So that is the discretionary powers of the Indian president. What are they? I had said in the topic pleasure of president, the hung assembly or the hung parliament, when no party gets majority, when no party has a clear majority, what do we call that? We call it hung parliament. Yes or no? So when no party has majority, we call it hung parliament. In that situation, any person can be appointed as a prime minister by the president. Otherwise, it is mandatory for the president to appoint that person only who has won the election, meaning who has the majority, meaning who has 272 seats in the Lok Sabha. It is mandatory, no option, right? But otherwise, it is completely optional for the president to appoint any person. Then, in situations when the government appointed is not able to prove the majority, no longer has majority. Let's say right now, BJP has 300 plus MPs. If 100 MPs of BJP leave BJP and join Congress, or whatever. In that situation, the president can dismiss the government and can even dissolve the Lok Sabha, because no party will be able to form the government. Again, discretion of the president. Then number 3, returning the advice under Article 74. Then seeking information under Article 78. Then suspensive and pocket veto. And then pleasure doctrine. These are the discretionary powers that are there with the Indian president. Okay, so the person is not completely, I don't want to use the word useless, but not completely powerless would be more appropriate, right? There are situations where the person exercises real power. To give you a simple example of veto power, in 1980s, I gave this example yesterday also. There was a bill being brought by the government to modify the Indian Post Office Act of 1888. That bill would give the government lot of powers, so much of power that the government could intercept any letter you write to anyone, any courier. The government could intercept that, read the content, and even destroy the content without even informing you. Imagine you send somebody a letter confessing your love for somebody. Government official sits in between and says, take it away, reads it, destroys it. The other person can never know that you sent your love and emotions, right? Now, this could happen actually. So this was a modification being brought. This bill was sent to the president, Gyani Zail Singh, for signature. He did not sign. I mean, he did not reject also, did not sign also. He used pocket veto. So his argument later on was that when it comes to the pocket veto, I used it because I felt the government was trying to infringe upon the fundamental rights of people. So despite government having a majority, the president may still, because it's the constitutional obligation of the president to preserve, protect, and defend the constitution, can still interfere and can say, sorry, I will not sign. Now, if the president keeps on not signing the bills, all the bills, then of course the parliament can impeach him also. That's there. But the fine balance needs to be struck. So I believe all these points are clear, explained earlier in detail, including the topic pleasure doctrine was explained properly. Just have to go to the slides and revise it. So pleasure doctrine had two parts. One was hung legislature. Pleasure, meaning pleasure doctrine refers to pleasure of the president. Okay. So we have discussed this. I hope you remember now. Pleasure of the president. This is Article 75, Clause 2. In the executive powers of the president, this topic is mentioned. Clear? That's it. We are done finally with the topic president. That's all that we need to know as far as this topic is concerned. Now, in case you are reading the book Lakshmikant, read chapter 17 if you want to. But my first advice would be mug up all the information on the slides. This is of utmost importance. I doubt that any question beyond the slides can possibly be asked in the examination. Okay. Now, important articles. So, right from the very first article, Article 54 is important. Now, keep on recollecting what these articles were. Article 54 is the Electoral College. Then the other articles in between are not really important. Article 71, this is the election disputes involving the what? President and the vice president. Then Article 60 is important. It is the oath of the president. Then we saw funds. So three articles, 266, 266(1), Clause 3, and then 267, Contingency Fund of India. Moving on, we also saw Article 61, impeachment. Then we saw Article 74, that is a very important article. Along with that, we also saw Article 361, which is immunity given to the president and the governors. Then Article 310, Article 75, Clause 2, we'll discuss later on also Article 75, that's there. Then Article 78. Moving on, we saw the mercy powers, that was under Article 72. Then Article 86, right? Article 87, mandatory address by the president. Then Article 103, Article 123, which is what is a ordinance. That's it. These are the article numbers and the content you should know. Meaning, not by hearting the article. Please, don't ask this again. Hear me out. There is no need to by heart the article. Okay? What is required is to know what this article contains. If I tell you contingency fund, you should know it is Article 267. That's the limit to which you should know. That's it. Nothing beyond that. Don't go crazy and overboard. You are not here to do a PhD. It will not be required in the examination. Okay? Beyond that, we also saw one schedule. Which schedule did we see here? Tell me. The schedule which relates to salaries of certain categories of people. Okay, great. Schedule 2. We saw here Schedule 2. Schedule 7 we had already seen in the basic topics only. Then important cases. What important cases have we seen? One case that we saw was the Shatrughan Chauhan case. Please remember the contents of the case. Second case that we saw was DC Vadhva, 1987. And the final case that we saw was KK Singh, Krishna Kumar Singh, under ordinances, 2017. 3 important cases. Okay. Again, Ram Joy we had already seen earlier, so no need to mention that again. RC Cooper, even if you don't remember it, does not really matter. So these 3 cases, again, cases meaning what the Supreme Court said in the concluding remark has been mentioned in the slides. Don't go and research what was the case story, who filed the case, how much money did the lawyer charge. There is no need to know all this information. Okay. UPSC will not ask you all these things. Okay. So that is it with respect to the topic precedent. Now, since we have studied everything, and I believe you are revising also regularly, let's solve some questions quickly. I will give you 45 seconds to solve these questions, and don't mark the answer, use the poll to mark the answer. Okay, mark your answers, please. A lot of you marked A because you missed out on incorrect aspect. Incorrect, not correct. I am so sorry to break your heart now. Right? Great. Amazing. So consider the following statement with respect to presidential elections. The president is elected by an electoral college consisting of elected members of the parliament and the state assemblies. This is correct, of course. Very good. Correct statement. No problem. Nominated members of both houses and state councils are also take part. Really? They don't take part. This is a wrong statement. The voting is done by open ballot. Voting is not done by open ballot. It's a secret ballot voting. It is also wrong. Cross voting means I vote in favor of BJP's candidate, BJP party person votes in favor of my candidate. That is called cross voting. This was not required. Open ballot was sufficient to address it, right? So please read the statement and the question carefully. So incorrect, B and 3. Sorry, 2 and 3. Next question. Again, 45 seconds. Please mark the answer. A lot of you marked the correct answer, B. Good. Consider the following statements regarding impeachment. Article 61. The president can be removed from his or her office only on the grounds of yes. This is the only reason. There is no other reason only. The only reason to remove the president will be what? Violation of constitution. 1 is correct. The impeachment charges against the president can be initiated, can be started by either house. Of course, it can start in either house. Correct. Only the elected members of parliament can participate in the impeachment. Yes or no? The entire house participates, elected and nominated. That is what we had also seen earlier. They can also take part. The nominated members also can take part. So 3 is wrong. So 1 and 2 correct. B. B is the correct answer. Okay, moving on to question number 3. 45 seconds. Mark the answer. Okay, 32% of you got this answer correct. Consider the following statements. Under Article 61, President cannot be removed for misbehavior. Of course, President can only be removed for what? Violation of the Constitution, right? Violation of the Constitution. That's the word mentioned. That is what is going to be correct. So this statement is correct. Of course, can't be removed. President can voluntarily submit his resignation to the Chief Justice or Vice President. Vice President, not the Chief Justice. Okay, so 2 is also correct. So 1 is correct, 2 is correct. Do we have the answer? Oh, sorry, 2 is wrong. So 1 is correct, 2 is wrong. Remove 2, remove 2. We have to check 3 also. President can hold his office beyond 5 years. Of course he can. The president can hold office beyond 5 years till the successor, the next president, takes the post. I had mentioned this line very clearly on the slides. So 3 is correct. D, 1 and 3 only. Are we clear? Moving on to the next question, question number 4. 45 seconds. Mark the answer. A lot of you mark this answer correct. D, 34% of you mark this answer correct. That's amazing. With reference to Schedule 2, the salaries of which of the following dignitaries is not mentioned. So we know very well in Schedule 2, salaries of the President, VP, presiding officers of the houses, the governors, judges of Supreme Court and High Courts, and CAG are mentioned. So this person's salary is actually mentioned. CEC salary not mentioned. Chairman UPSC salary not mentioned. Judges of lower court salary not mentioned. Now, 2, 3, and 4, their salary is not mentioned. Right answer. And last question from this topic. Solve this. Okay. Again, a lot of you have marked the correct answer. With reference to the functions of the President in relation to the Parliament, consider the following statements. At the commencement of the first session after each election to the Lok Sabha, the President addresses both the houses assembled together. Absolutely correct. Article 87. 1 is correct. Remove these two. The President can address either houses of the Parliament at any time and any place he or she deems fit. We know very well, any time, any place. That is the word mentioned very clearly, so it's okay, no problem. I had given the example also that at 3 p.m., 3 a.m. at night, calls all the MPs in her house and says, come on, come here. Remember the example? That example was not just a joke, it was actually a very genuine kind of example. So both are correct, though that would never happen, but still. C, both 1 and 2. Okay. So this is what is the topic, President. Okay. This is Article 86. I have mentioned the article also. You can refer to the article and see accordingly. So, there are just very few people who got all the answers correct. Venkat Nalla, all 5 correct. Ghazala, all 5 correct. Amardeep, Abhishek, and Kamapati Ravi Verma, and Vamsi. These 6 people have scored all correct. Then we have a lot of people who have scored 4 correct. Harsh, Gulam, Baldev, Vishwa, Nitish, Sani Den, Ganesh, Devisri, Shruti, Sudish, Jagdish, Bhumika, Vikas, Abhinav Prakash, etc. So, a lot of you have marked 4 correct. But yes, these 6 people, Venkat Nalla, Ghazala, Amardeep, Abhishek, Ravi Verma, and Vamsi, all 5 correct so far. Great. Okay, so moving on now to the next topic. From one very important person to one very, very important person, the Vice President of India. Right? Article 63. Article 63 says there shall be a Vice President of India. And at this point of time, let me clarify. Whoever becomes the Vice President in the country, that person automatically becomes the Chairman of Rajya Sabha. So VP is the ex officio chairperson of Rajya Sabha. What is ex officio? Ex officio means by virtue of, automatically. This word ex officio means by virtue of. Automatically. Okay? By default, whatever you may say. Now, moving on to the election procedure of our vice president. So, very simple election procedure mentioned under Article 66, Article of No Concern to Us. The electoral college, the voter list, consists of all the MPs. All the MPs of Lok Sabha, all the MPs of Rajya Sabha. No concept of vote value and no nonsense like that. Every MP votes. So, Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, elected, nominated, all of them. Okay. Now, manner of election. So everything is exactly the same, no difference here. Here also, you find that we have the system of proportional representation. Here also, you have the system of single transferable vote. Here, you have the system of secret ballot. Here also, no EVM, no nota. What is nota? None of the above. Here, no concept of vote value. No concept of vote value. Why no vote value? Because in the case of president's election, it was very clearly said that we have MLAs and MPs who vote, and MPs command a bigger majority than the MLAs. That is why the concept of vote value exists. But here it's only the MPs who vote, so they're all the same. So no concept of vote value. All MPs have same vote, one vote. Apart from this, other things, like in the case of the president, how many proposers were required? How many seconders were required? 50? Here it is less, 20 each. But then other things are the same, like security deposit, rupees 15,000, same. Here also, any dispute with respect to election will be resolved in which court? Supreme Court. Which article is this? Article 71. But here, who can approach? Who can complain? Either the candidate or at least 10 electors. 10. In the case of president, it was 20. Difference. That's it. Everything is exactly the same. No difference at all. Okay. That is with respect to the vice president of India, the manner of election. Okay. Now, qualification. So what is the qualification? We just had the election of the VP last year, the 16th vice president of India. In the year 2022, voting took place on 6th of August. Result was declared the same day, very easy to count. And 11th of August, we had the swearing in of the new vice president, Jagdeep Dhankar, replacing Venkaiah Naidu. What's the qualification? You have to be a citizen of India, age same. No office of profit, same. Remember office of profit? I had given the example also. If government is appointing you, government is paying salary, etc. Details of office of profit will discuss under parliament. And in the case of president, he or she should be qualified for election as a member of Lok Sabha. But in the case of the vice president, he should be qualified for election as a member of Rajya Sabha. He should not be a member. Please understand. Not be a member, just be qualified. Meaning, here also it means the exact same thing. What does it mean? It means name in electoral roll of any Lok Sabha constituency. What is meant by electoral roll? Voter list. Refer to your chapter president. You will find it mentioned here in the bracket I had mentioned there also. Voter list. Simply your name should be in the voter list in the country for Lok Sabha election. You should be a citizen of India, age 35. That's it. You can contest elections. Of course, you would need 20 proposers and 20 seconders. 40 MPs have to sign. Now, oath or affirmation. Since this person hardly has powers, the oath is also very simple. And the oath is administered by the president. Mind you, the president's oath is administered by the CJI, but the VP's oath is administered by the president. Oath is administered by the president, or if the president is too busy in doing something, we don't know what, then any other person chosen by the president on that behalf. So if I am the president, I'm too busy right now, I'll say, okay, you come here, you go and administer the oath to the vice president. That can also be done. Nothing is mentioned in the constitution that if the president is not there, then who will? So this is the situation. And the oath is also very, very simple, that he has to bear true faith and allegiance to the constitution and faithfully discharge his duties. Then now comes an interesting aspect of removal. See, first things first, this person can submit resignation. To whom? All people can resign. President. You can't force people to work, right? So they can resign. He can resign and submit to the president. Also, the same concept applies here, that their tenure is 5 years and can continue till the successor enters office, even beyond 5 years. To president. Now coming to removal. How to remove the vice president? The removal is mentioned under Article 67, Clause B. This is where the removal of the president is mentioned. So, a resolution or a notice, think of it as a proposal. Proposal for removal can be initiated, can be brought, can be moved, can begin, can start only in the Rajya Sabha. In case of impeachment of president, that motion can start in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. But in the case of the vice president, the removal procedure can start only in the Rajya Sabha. Very, very important. Now, again the same old story. 14 days notice has to be given. To whom? To VP. That, sir, we are planning to remove you, pack your bags. Now, when the notice is brought, the proposal is brought, all the MPs of Rajya Sabha are said, let's vote now. What is the reason? What ground? No ground is mentioned in the constitution. Okay? Very important. No ground for removal mentioned in the constitution. We'll use this C symbol for constitution from now onwards. Okay, so don't forget, please. Mentioned in the constitution. No reason also, any reason whatsoever. The VP does not dress well, remove him. Not smiling enough, remove. Hairstyle not nice. No. Of course, they won't use all these reasons, but nothing is mentioned. Now, in the Rajya Sabha, to remove the vice president or the chairperson there, you have to pass it by effective majority. What is majority? More than 50%. What is effective? I'll discuss that now. See, majority is an English word, right? I hope you know majority. More than half means majority. Let us say in Rajya Sabha, how many MPs are there in Rajya Sabha? The total membership or total strength, same thing, is 245. So there are 245 MPs in Rajya Sabha. Let's take an example. There are some vacancies. So what happened yesterday? Say 8 MPs were going on a bus to Goa and the bus crashed and all 8 MPs passed away. It did not happen. Don't Google search, don't have a 2-minute silence and all. Nobody died. I'm just giving an example and don't get emotional also. It's okay. 8 vacancies. Effective strength basically refers to it means total membership minus vacancy. This is a formula for effective strength. Are we clear on this formula? I mean, this is simple addition subtraction formula. So I don't think there is any doubt. It is not possible only. It will be inhuman to have any doubt here. Right? So what is total membership? 245. What is vacancy? 8. So effective strength is going to be 237. Before somebody asks, ES is the short form for effective strength. So what is effective majority? It means more than 50% of effective strength. You can calculate it in this example. Here it will be more than, what is 50%? 50 upon 100. What is off? Off means into. What is ES here? 237. You calculate it, it will be 118.5. We can't have half MP, right? It's not possible. It will be very weird to have half MP. More than half. 119. 119 MPs in the Rajya Sabha. If they sign, approve, the VP will be removed in the Rajya Sabha. This will be an example if vacancies are 8. If you change it, this number will change. Remember the formula. Don't remember vacancy. This is just an example. Don't ask me, sir, are there always 8 vacancies? Of course not. This will change. Once the proposal is passed in the Rajya Sabha, it goes to the Lok Sabha. Okay? In the Lok Sabha, it is passed by a simple majority. Majority means what? More than half. Simple means what? All those people who came on that day. Simple majority. More than 50% of present and voting. Meaning, how many people were present on that day? If more than half of them approve, done. No need to find out the total strength and all. However number of people have come, if they half of them say yes, remove, removed. Are we clear on this? So this is how the Vice President of India is removed. Okay. Okay, so that is it. with respect to the removal of the vice president. Please remember this entire slide, including the article, including this point, including this point. Let me use a different pen. This point is important. This point is important. This point is important. This point is important. 4 elements are very important. Article, the process can start only in Rajya Sabha. It requires effective majority in Rajya Sabha, simple majority in Lok Sabha. That's it. The person stands removed. We don't call it impeached, we call it removed only. And then finally, okay, firstly solve a question quickly. Prelims 2004, a question was asked. Pretty easy one. So I'll only give you 30 seconds. Please don't waste time. Mark the answer. Don't worry for others. The leaderboard is still active and on. We will see it again towards the end of our class. %76% marked correct. Some people became too emotional. I just told you the resolution or the proposal for removing the VP of India can be moved, can start, can initiate, can begin in the Rajya Sabha alone. Okay, so D is the right answer. Finally, looking at the powers, what are the powers of VP? He has no power. VP has no power. VP is the chairperson of Rajya Sabha, and because he is the chairperson of Rajya Sabha, that's why he has all the powers. Otherwise, as a VP, this person has no power. No power only. Nothing. Zero. The power that he has comes from the fact that he is the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. So he enjoys all the powers that the chairperson of Rajya Sabha enjoys, which is mentioned under which article? Article 64. The same thing is also mentioned under Article 89. Same thing. Okay. So, but apart from it, you also know one Article 65, remember we saw yesterday? The only advantage he can have is if the president dies in the office, or if the president resigns, or if the president is ill, then the VP becomes the acting president for maximum 6 months. That's it. That's it. That's the only situation. So VP may be praying every day, when will I get the chance to be the acting president? That too only for 6 months. Are we clear? So this is with respect to the Vice President of India. In fact, his salary also comes as a chairperson of Rajya Sabha. What more do you want? Right? So that's a sad situation. Okay. This brings us to an end of our discussion on the Vice President. That's it. In case you want to read Lakshmikant, then refer to chapter number 18 in Lakshmikant to your heart's content. Read as much as you want. Important articles, 2 important articles. One is Article 64, which tells us that the VP becomes the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. Okay. And number 2 is Article 67B. Okay, that's it. Just 2 articles, right? So this is with respect to the powers and functions. Don't worry. I mean, when the VP becomes a chairperson of Rajya Sabha, what kind of powers he enjoys we'll discuss when we study Parliament, because then he is actually functioning as a presiding officer. So we'll discuss then what if he dies, who becomes the chairperson, all those things in the Parliament. Okay, don't worry. We'll discuss everything in detail as and when the time comes. Not before, not later. Right on time. That's it. Solve this question. Let's see. "45 seconds given. Mark your answer." "39% mark the answer correct. Others, what's the issue? What is this B and D? As per the Constitution. Do you understand this language? As per the Constitution, meaning it should be mentioned in the Constitution. The VP acts as the president if a vacancy is caused because of resignation, removal, or death. Of course, that is correct. No problem. One is correct. Remove this. He or she is elected by an electoral college which comprises of the members of both the houses of parliament, including nominated members. Of course, as I had mentioned here, everybody takes part. Where is that? In the election. Everybody. All MPs. All MPs. So that is also correct. 2 is correct. The qualifications and manner of election for being a VP are the same as prescribed for the office of president. Of course not. To be a president, you have to be eligible to be an MP in the Lok Sabha, and here it is mentioned MP in the Rajya Sabha. In reality, the qualification is the same. But in the Constitution, they have mentioned Lok Sabha, they have mentioned Rajya Sabha. Are we clear on this? Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. So this is wrong. A, 1 and 2 only. Okay, moving on to one more question. Please solve this. Oh, sorry, poll. My bad. Oh, a lot of you did not get this answer right. Amazing. It aims to contingency fund. It aims to facilitate meeting of urgent unforeseen, that is what is contingency, unforeseen expenditure. But without any need for parliamentary approval. Without any need for parliamentary approval. Really? We need the parliamentary authorization after expenditure. This need is there after expenditure. Yes or no? Remember? One is wrong. Okay, if one is wrong, remove this. Anyway, Amount from CFI is used to recoup, meaning fill the contingency fund. That's correct. In the contingency fund, I had said at regular intervals, money from CFI is sent to the contingency fund. How much money is there in contingency fund? 30,000 crore rupees. Where will the money come from? Of course, it comes from the CFI. 2 is correct. Remove this. It is obligatory for the parliament. It is not obligatory. I had mentioned the slide very clearly. It is optional, not mandatory. The parliament can create this fund if they want to, right? So it's an optional provision. CFI, PAI, mandatory. Contingency fund, optional provision. So 3 is wrong. Right answer is B, 2 only. Okay. So that is there with respect to contingency fund. Second point says amount from CFI. See, contingency fund, where will the money come from? So contingency fund is a fund used for special cases, urgent expenditure. Contingency fund has 30,000 crore rupees. Earlier it used to have 500 crore rupees only, but as we've discussed, last year only the amount was increased. So now it is 30,000 crores. Where do you put the money in contingency fund from? Right? It will not come from the sky automatically. From somewhere you have to take out money and keep it there for urgent use. So that money comes from CFI only, right? Okay. So that is there with respect to the practice questions here. Moving on to Council of Ministers. Leaderboard has some difference now. So there are just 2 people who have scored, I think, all correct so far. Ghazala and Amardeep. Then we have people like Venkat Nalla, Viswa, Bhumika, JM Barboza, Abhishek Yadav, Ravi Verma, and Vamsi with 70 points. And then others follow with 60 points. Okay. Now, coming to Council of Ministers. What is a Council of Ministers? The entire group of ministers that we have in the country are Council of Ministers, right? Including the Prime Minister. Council of Ministers. There are 3 articles that you should know. I mean, you already know 2 articles. We have seen Article 74, yes or no. We have seen Article 78, yes or no. I mean, yes, of course, is the answer. Now we'll see Article 75. All the clauses are important. We'll see all those clauses one by one. Just a small point, please. Please write this answer here. What is clause 2 of Article 74? Please write. And no cheating. We all know clause 1, binding advice. Aid and advice is binding on the president. What is clause 2? Article 74, clause 2. Please write. Not a single person has written the answer so far. Reconsideration is a part of clause 1 only. Okay, Vaishna XY Baldev SS Avni Shruti. Now some of you are writing this answer correctly. Otherwise, returning advice is not there. Please, it is clause 1 only. Clause 2 says the advice, if so or whatever, if any or whatever advice is given by the Council of Ministers shall not be inquired into in any court of law. Okay. Advice will not be inquired into in any court of law. We'll have to again go back and revise the article and slides. Revision. I'll keep on reminding you, revision is going to be the only important factor which will be missing if you fail to answer questions or you fail to score good marks. Okay, coming to Article 75, starting with the very first clause, we have seen this first clause. The Prime Minister shall be appointed by the President, and the other ministers shall be appointed by the President on the advice of Prime Minister. So, one more important thing. Let me take a poll on this quickly. Just 10 seconds. Mark A for yes, B for no. Can the Prime Minister belong to Rajya Sabha? A for yes, B for no. Can the PM belong to Rajya Sabha? Oh, 50-50. The PM can belong to either house, Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. H.D. Devegowda, Indra Kumar Gujral, Manmohan Singh, for 10 years he was a Prime Minister and he was from Rajya Sabha. So, very important to understand this point is that the ministers, including Prime Minister, after all, PM is also Minister, including Prime Minister, can be from any house, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Secondly, one more question. Same poll, 10 seconds, A for yes, B for no. Can the Prime Minister be a nominated member? Please mark your answer. Yes, they can. Any member of the House can become the Prime Minister, elected or nominated. Elected, nominated. Are we clear now? Let's hope you remember this. Anybody can become the Prime Minister, whether he is or she is elected, nominated, does not really matter. Okay. And one more thing, who becomes the Prime Minister, leader of the party who wins the election, and the Prime Minister shall be appointed by the President, and the other ministers shall be appointed by the President, but on the advice of the Prime Minister. This advice is actually binding. So mind you, every other minister is holding the post of minister because the PM has said so. So if PM says, sir, my BFF, make him home minister, home minister. Second best friend, make him rail minister. He is also very good, always sends me nice jokes, nice memes. Make him health minister, health minister. So the point is, you have to be in the good books of the PM. If you want to be a minister, please, every day keep on sending good morning messages to the Prime Minister and you are definitely a minister. This is just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Don't ask me, sir, is it mandatory to send good morning text to the Prime Minister? Of course it is not, right? Now, this point that I said has a purpose to it. Since every other person is holding the post because the PM has given suggestion. So, if the PM resigns from his post, the entire council resigns. Okay? Imagine there is somebody, let's say you go to a place with your family and your father is not allowed to enter the place. Then all of you will leave, right? As simple as that. Similarly, if the PM is resigning, the entire council resigns. Very important. If an individual minister resigns, no problem. Resignation by Prime Minister, entire council of ministers must resign. Okay, that's there. That is why he is a Prime Minister. Okay. And PM has complete discretion in choosing ministers. There is nothing that you can force the PM to do. He has complete discretion. And I have said must. So please don't ask me, sir, is it mandatory? Must means mandatory, right? It's not optional. You cannot say, no, I will not resign. Let the PM resign. If you don't resign, you'll be thrown out. So you better resign, right? We are asking you nicely, resign. Otherwise, we'll kick you out. So you choose. Now, in our country, there are how many ministers can we have? What if, because see, say BJP has obtained 301 seats. Then BJP also has some other partners who are called coalition partners, who are friends. They have all formed the government called NDA, right? The National Democratic Alliance. So that is there. And as far as the NDA is concerned, say they have 350 MPs in the House. Now, as far as all these MPs are concerned, every MP wants to be a minister. That's the whole advantage being a minister, right? When you're a minister, you can actually make changes to the policy, govern the country properly, right? Fulfill the objectives, etc. And that's where the money lies to spend on people's betterment. But we can't have 350 ministers. That's too much. Imagine in the case of Rajiv Gandhi. So Rajiv Gandhi, 1980s, won the election after the assassination of Indira Gandhi, and the entire country voted for Congress. Emotional voting. We are emotional people, right? We are very gullible people in India. So people thought, oh, Rajiv Gandhi, how will this person survive? How will a 45-year-old person survive without a mother? We have to make him prime minister. So people voted. He got 415 plus seats in the Lok Sabha out of 543 or 545 at that point of time. 415. This kind of majority, even his illustrious, people like Nehru could not obtain that. So that was the majority that he got. Now imagine every MP says, make me minister, make me minister. So now since 2003, there is a limit. You cannot have more than a certain number of people as ministers. What is the limit? How to calculate it? There's a limit now. The limit is whatever is the number of people in the Lok Sabha. Based on that, you calculate the limit. So that limit is maximum limit will be 15% of 543. The total number of ministers, including the Prime Minister, in the Council of Ministers shall not exceed what? 15% of the total number of members of House of People. What is House of People? Lok Sabha. So, how many ministers can we have in the country? Maximum 15% of 543, which will be around 81. That is the limit. You cannot have more than 81 ministers, whether from Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, does not matter. The limit is calculated on the basis of the total number of MPs in the Lok Sabha. Are we clear? Let me repeat once again before you ask this. The total limit is dependent based on the number of MPs in Lok Sabha, right? Whether you are a minister from Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha, that does not matter. The limit is set based on Lok Sabha strength. So please don't ask me, sir, what about MPs who become ministers from Rajya Sabha? It does not matter. The calculation is based on Lok Sabha. Are we clear? So, of course, one very important element, this particular change was done by amending the constitution in the year 2003. That was the 91st Amendment Act 2003. With this amendment, the change was made that now we cannot have more than a certain limit of ministers. Okay. Now, solve this very, very difficult, extremely complex and complicated question, which has come twice in the UPSC. Twice. Such is the difficulty of this question. One in 2009, the other in 2017. In fact, last year also a question like this was asked. We'll discuss that later on. 30 seconds. Mark your answer, please. Some of you have marked some other answers. That's amazing as usual, but a lot of you have marked this correct. Which one of the following amendments states that the total number of ministers shall not exceed 15%? Which amendment is that? The 91st Amendment Act of the year 2003. Okay. Now, moving on to the other provisions, other articles in under Article 75, we have already seen clause 2 earlier. The minister shall hold office during the pleasure of the president. Do you remember the pleasure of the president? Pleasure doctrine. So that's the same thing. Clause 3. The Council of Ministers shall be collectively responsible to the House of People. The Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to House of People. What is this House of People? Lok Sabha. This is a very, very important element of parliamentary democracy. So in the parliamentary democracy, we always claim that, we have to have some kind of answerability, accountability of the government. We don't want dictatorship. We want accountable government. What is this accountable government? Collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. That is why we say that executive. What is executive? Executive is accountable to legislature. Are we clear on this? It is because of Article 75, Clause 3. This article is very important. This is what says and represents this idea that the government is accountable to Lok Sabha. And because the government is accountable to Lok Sabha, that is why government is formed in the Lok Sabha. Because of this provision only. That is why the government is formed in Lok Sabha and not the Rajya Sabha. Are you clear? Now, what is this collective responsibility? What is this nonsense of collective responsibility? See, the idea of collective responsibility is that all the ministers act as a common unit. Ministers act as common unit. Meaning what? Meaning that any decision the government takes, it is binding on all the ministers. Government decisions binding on all ministers. Okay. So what this means is that, let us say the government is in support of CAA and one minister says, I don't want to be a part of CAA. Sorry, I don't like it. If you don't like it, you better resign. Nobody is asking you to be a part of government. The government, meaning the executive, meaning all the ministers, it's all the same thing. Council of Ministers, government, executive, they mean the same thing, right? So if the government has collectively decided, if one person from there is acting over smart, we'll tell the person, you better resign. Otherwise, you have to agree. Whether you like it or not, you have to agree. Everybody is bound by the same decision. Any disagreement that you want to have, please have it in private. Are we clear? Publicly, they all stand together, fall together. Common unit, right? Many bodies, one soul. That kind of emotional attachment is there. Let me also clarify one more thing. See, when it comes to the point of any individual minister, we are saying that all the ministers, are bound by the decision of the cabinet, and everybody is responsible. That is why if let's say the home minister makes a mistake today, we can also question the prime minister for that. We can also question the health minister for that. Every minister is answerable for the government's failure or good performance. But there is a limit. Let us say some minister, in his ministry, there is some corruption. Then can we punish some other minister? Of course not. So this collective responsibility is only limited to the responsibility of decision making. It does not involve legal responsibility. Every minister is personally and individually responsible for the performance of his ministry. If something goes wrong, you blame them, right? You do not blame some other minister, but collectively you can scold the government. Okay, so that is with respect to Article 75, Clause 3. I also believe that everybody knows this particular article, yes or no? Any issue with 75, Clause 2? Okay, great. So no issue it seems, because we have already seen that article under the chapter precedent. So just to very quickly put this point of pleasure, it simply means two things. The president can remove or can dismiss the prime minister if he has lost the majority or in the hung legislature. Second thing is the president can also remove an individual minister if he has failed to meet the ethics and integrity, the purity of the administration, and sufficient warning is given to the prime minister to remove the minister. Nothing is being done, and there is proper concrete evidence with the president that such a person will or has not been ethically or has not been following ethics and has not been following the basic integrity and does not have the capacity to hold the ministry. That's an extreme situation. Refer to your previous slides. Okay, so this is 75.2, 75.3. Now coming to Article 75, Clause 4. What is Clause 4? Clause 4 talks about the oath. So, like the president takes an oath, the VP takes an oath. Similarly, the ministers also, before they enter their office, they have to take an oath. Now, the ministers take two types of oath. One is the oath of office. Oath of office. The other is the oath of secrecy. Office secrecy. And these oaths are mentioned in a schedule. One more schedule now. Third schedule. Okay? Third schedule. What is this oath of office? So whenever the minister becomes comes to the office, then the oath of office is administered by the president. What is that oath? I swear in the name of God, all this is there, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India. This phrase, sovereignty and integrity of India, was added later on. It was not there originally. This was added via the 16th Amendment Act, 1963. Anyway, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as a minister for the Union, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with the Constitution and the law, without fear, favor, affection, ill will. So ministers take a moral oath to be impartial. What happens if they become partial? Nothing happens. It's okay. God will punish you. This is just a moral obligation. But one oath that they take, oath of secrecy, it is actually a legal obligation. Because, see, even for you, we all know that in our friends group, there is one friend. That friend cannot simply digest any piece of information. If you tell that friend anything, it's 100% guarantee everybody will know that information. Maybe that friend is you only, I don't know, right? So that's there. But the point is, when you become, say, an IAS officer, a minister, now you have a lot of sensitive information with you. Who controls the nuclear button? Where are the nuclear missiles kept? Minister would know. We don't know, and we should not know. These are very strategic, sensitive information. If the minister leaks this information, let's say you are a minister, as soon as you get this information, you go to public saying, guys, it is kept there. I know now. Immediately, all these people will go there, start taking videos and all, and say, please like my channel, subscribe to my channel. See, the missiles are kept here only. So, of course, this should not be there. We have to have this assurance and guarantee that you will not leak information. So, for that, one oath is there. I, AB, do swear in the name of God or solemnly affirm all that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall be known to me as a minister, except as may be required to discharge my duties. Otherwise, I will not disclose information. And if you do, there is punishment. There is a law called Official Secrets Act 1923. Okay. Under this law, you can be jailed also. 3 to 14 years. Are we clear? Every minister, Council of Ministers means everybody, PM, other ministers, have to take these two oaths. Now, all these oaths, see, as I said, this is the oath of office, oath of secrecy. All these oaths are mentioned where? In the third schedule. See, Article 75, Clause 4, right? Some other category of people's oath is also mentioned here. Which category? Oh, I knew this is bound to happen. Somebody has asked, what is this AB? I had said in the very first class, insert the name here. That is what is AB. Okay. So which category of people's oath is mentioned here? Ministers. All the ministers. Whether you are minister at the union level or the states level. Let me repeat. When I say minister, what do I mean? Prime Minister also. Every minister. Okay. They have to take an oath, which is mentioned here. Then the candidates. Who are candidates? Who are contesting elections. Not UPSC candidates. Election to the Lok Sabha, to the Rajya Sabha, to the Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council. Every candidate has to take an oath. Okay. Then legislators. All those people who are MPs, MLAs, MLCs, after they become a legislator, they have to take an oath. Whether you are elected or nominated does not matter. Okay. Then judges of the Supreme Court, judges of the High Courts, and CAG, just like Schedule 2, CAG is what? The Comptroller and Auditor General of India. These people's oath is mentioned under Schedule 3. Nobody else's oath is mentioned. Clear? Okay. Now a very interesting article. Article 75, Clause 5. This is what is the Nayak article. Have you seen this movie? Nayak. The original Tamil version had Arjun as the actor. So, as far as this movie Nayak is concerned, we knew the story very well. One day chief minister. My point is very simple. Is it possible? Was this movie actually genuine? Right? So, whether this is possible or not, We will discuss that after the break. Let's take a break, but not before a poll. 10 seconds. A for yes, B for no. Can any random person become the Prime Minister of the country? Like this movie. A for yes, B for no. Great. 4951. We'll address this concern after the break. Break till 6:45. Please enjoy the break. We'll meet at 6:45 after the break. Am I audible? Okay. I answered some 5-6 questions also. Okay, I'll answer again. But yeah, just to remind you, we I think have a geography class in the morning tomorrow. The timing is from 8 to 10 in the morning, not in the evening, in the morning, 8 to 10, geography extra class. Okay. So, which doubts I took here? Yes, Ayushman. So, if you are a member of Lok Sabha, yes, of course, you can take part in the Rajya Sabha proceedings, but with the permission of the chairman of Rajya Sabha only, not without their permission. Okay. Kunal, Clause 2, Article 75, pleasure doctrine, pleasure of the President, meaning the President can remove the Prime Minister or any minister based on bad behavior, etc. Sir, in case of emergency, also ordinance is present for 6 months, 6 weeks. Emergency? How is emergency related to ordinance? Emergency has no such effect, right? So once you study emergency, you'll understand that emergency does nothing to change the legislature in the country. The only thing that is there is the period, the tenure of 5 years can be extended to 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. That's it. So nothing, nobody is being removed, nothing is being dissolved. Nitish, why is there no vote value concept? Because all the MPs are voting, not the MLAs. So MPs have the same value. Surbi, UTs of Delhi, Pondicherry were not included because state assemblies mean UTs of Delhi and Pondicherry. That's what I had mentioned also. Choice of words, be very careful. What else? Guys, for any such issue of attendance of class, please mail the concerns because I may not be the authority appropriate to address this doubt. I was just told to inform. Yes, Kamal Pal, I think now addressed. Risha, re-promulgation, explain full 30-minute topic again. Very difficult. I'll briefly explain it for people who have a problem. Promulgating the same ordinance again. After the assembly comes back, I will not table the ordinance, but I will again wait for the session to be over and bring the same ordinance again. That is called re-promulgation. Tarun, random person can become PM. I'll tell you how random person can become PM. Don't worry. That is what we'll discuss now. Done. Done. Okay. So let's now discuss this random person becoming the Prime Minister. So in this movie, I think we know very well that Mr. Anil Kapoor was asked to become the Chief Minister and he agreed. Why? Because of Article 75 at the state level, there is an Article 164. For states, Article 164, Clause 4. I'll give you a real example. So after 2019 elections, our current External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, you must have seen his Thug Life videos on YouTube of how he's answering, right? So in that case, he was not a member of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, but despite this, he became the Minister for External Affairs on 30th of May 2019. It was only on 5th of July that he became a member of the House, Rajya Sabha. So the Article 75, Clause 5 says that a minister who for any period of 6 consecutive months is not a member of either house shall at the expiry end of that period cease to be a minister. So basically this article, this clause says that anyone can be a minister without being a member of any house for a maximum period of 6 months. I'll repeat, anyone can become a minister, including prime minister, without being member of any house, but the maximum period is 6 months. Within 6 months, you have to become a member of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, elected, nominated, that we don't care, but you have to be an MP. This also goes on to show that eventually, if you want to be a part of executive, if you want to be a part of government, if you want to be a minister, you have to be a part of legislature. Yes or no? To become a minister, you have to eventually become an MP. What is the meaning of this? This actually means that, very important conclusion, again, part of parliamentary system, executive is a part of legislature. All ministers are also MPs. Eventually, you have to be an MP, right? This is there. Now, two very important things. There is no provision of reappointment. Number one, can't be used for reappointment. So don't feel that what we'll do, we'll make you a minister for 5 months and 29 days. You are minister. And then you resign. After 1 day gap, again minister. Again 5 months, 29 days. Again resign. No, we can't use it like this. Please. Second thing, if any person can become minister, can a small kid become minister? Of course not. You say, sir, can IAS officer become minister for 6 months? Not possible. Supreme Court has said in the Jayalalitha case, that was basically the case was called the B.R. Kapoor case name not important, that this benefit is available only to those people who are qualified to become member of the house. Meaning you have to have age of 25, you should be a citizen of India. These things must be there. And then you can become a prime minister or minister. So, only for those who are otherwise qualified to become MP. Are we clear on this? So, these two elements are there. That is why this provision has to be used carefully. Now, as far as this article is concerned, 75 clause 5, this is what it is. So you know very well now that anyone can be a prime minister, chief minister, any minister, but for maximum 6 months. Yes, that was exactly the case. So I think I may have quoted this in the previous class. So basically this movie showcased this very interesting idea, but you know, movies are movies. They at some point of time will make a mess of things. So in the movie, if you remember, there's a very interesting scene. After this interview is over, Amrish Puri goes back to his party office. And then all the party workers are very angry at him that what have you done? How could you offer this post of CM to random person? Very angry. Then one of the members there asks the lawyers, all lawyers are sitting, and the lawyers have this book, the D.D. Basu's, the smaller Constitution of India, big volume. So one of the members asked the lawyers, please, is it even possible what he has promised. And then one of the lawyers says, yes, sir, it's possible. According to fundamental rights. That's where the movie was wrong. Okay? It is not according to fundamental rights. It is according to Article 75 Clause 5 or 164 Clause 4. Right? So that's it. So when you study polity too much, this is what you observe in the movie also. Anyway, so this is with respect to the Council of Ministers. And last clause, clause 6, again something which will make you very angry, salary, because I am not really sure why people become so angry. Why are ministers making so much of money? They have to get some salary, right? So it's okay. The salaries and allowances of ministers shall be such as Parliament may from time to time by law determine. So Parliament decides the salary of all the ministers. Okay. And there is a law also in the country. That law is called the Salaries and Allowances of Ministers Act. The Salaries and Allowances of Ministers Act 1952. We keep on modifying this law again and again, and we can increase the salary of the ministers. Are we clear? So the ministers roughly get a salary of 1 lakh people, not 1 lakh people, 1 lakh rupees. And apart from this, they also get 70,000 rupees as constituency allowance. Apart from this, they also get 60,000 rupees as office expenditure, 2.3 lakhs. Okay. Now, beyond that, they also get something called sumptuary allowance. What is sumptuary allowance? So, sumptuary allowance means hospitality allowance to entertain visitors. So, when let's say you are an IAS officer, a lot of people will come and meet you, rich people, businessmen. You can't give Parle-G to businessmen. Ambani comes, you can't give him Parle-G. You have to give him costly biscuits, homemade biscuits, right? Double cream, triple cream, chocolate dipped biscuits. Money is required for that. So some money is given on a daily basis for these things also. Like the PM gets 3,000 per day as a sumptuary allowance. Other ministers get 2,000 and 1,000 rupees per day as this allowance. That's it. Yes, apart from it, you have a quarter which is given. A quarter means house, not the quarter you are thinking of. House. Okay, house. Apart from it, they are also given car loan, mobile bill free, electric supply, car security. All this is there. So don't worry. You also will get similar kind of allowance, similar kind of salary, so many benefits. So you will also enjoy at the cost of taxpayers' money. Okay. So yes, Sani, IAS will also get sumptuary allowance. Before becoming IAS, you want allowances only. The future is very bleak. Amazing. IPS also will get some allowance. Don't worry. Who is worried about allowances? Come on, let's be realistic. The situation is such that most people are waiting to get money in different forms. So that's it. But anyway, all the allowances will be there. Don't worry. The moment you enter Labasna, your life will change, right? So you'll have plenty of enjoyment there, 30-40 dishes being served to you suddenly. So you'll have plenty of enjoyment, all at the cost of taxpayers' money. Don't worry. We'll be putting in our taxes and you will have an amazing life. For that, you have to study properly. Okay. Now, yes, salary from Lavasna days only. Don't worry. Right from the time you enter the service. Okay, let's come back now. Too much of salaries. Don't think of salary. Excuse me. I think you're all going to get the job because you want to serve the country, right? So, anyway, I think salary is a bigger motivation. That's the motivation for the day. Moving on now. Solve this question. Came in 2007. 45 seconds should be sufficient. Mark your answer. Okay, 40% 34% marked A as the answer. The Council of Ministers in the Union of India is collectively responsible, Article 75 Clause 3, both to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Collectively responsible to the House of People. A is wrong. Remember, only Lok Sabha. A is wrong. Now let's see the options. Both A and R are true. A is not true. Both A and R are true. A is not true. But A is not true. D automatically becomes the right answer. The members of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are eligible to be the ministers of the union government. Amazing. So D is the answer, right? This is correct. Anyway, next question came 10 years ago. Oh, sorry, poll. Yes, Montu, PM can come from Rajya Sabha, but the Council of Ministers are accountable only to the Lok Sabha, Article 75, Clause 3. Okay? Okay, easy question. Of course, 60% got this correct. The Prime Minister of India at the time of his or her appointment need not necessarily be a member of any house, but must become a member of one house within 6 months. What is this article? This is what is Article 75, Clause 5. So for those who had any doubt, you can see this is what is a meaning of Article 75 Clause 5, that at the time of your appointment as a minister, you need not be a member of any house, but within 6 months, you should become a member of any house. Okay. So moving on now to Article 78. What's the point? We've already seen Article 78, right? There is no need to discuss again and again. Article 78 has 3 elements to it. Number 1, the PM must furnish every information to the President. Number 2, the President can demand information. Number 3, the President is not bound by the advice of single minister. He can get the advice confirmed by the entire council. Okay. And how to become member of house, we'll discuss later on when we study parliament, how to become MP in the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha in the chapter parliament. Okay. Moving on now, the portfolio system. What is portfolio? Before you jump on to what the hell is portfolio, let me explain. Portfolio means ministry. Okay. Portfolio means ministry. That's it. So in our country, there are various types of ministers. Have you seen a cricket match? There are some players who are the most important players who take all the decisions. Then we have the second grade players who sometimes will come to the captain and give some advice, but largely are not very important. And then the newcomers who are very nervous, and they are the ones who are given the last word to ball uselessly, playing with their career. So these 3 categories of players are there. The senior most, then second, then third category. We have the similar category of ministers. So we know very well that the entire council, this is Council of Ministers. Entire council. In this Council of Ministers, there are some very senior A+ category players or ministers. These people are called cabinet minister. What are they called? Cabinet minister, senior most ministers. There is no clear-cut definition. Okay, so and one more thing, in the constitution, nothing is mentioned about these categories. The constitution only says one thing: Council of Ministers. So let me also write this here. This categorization is not mentioned in the constitution. Okay. So the senior most people, the ones who are holding the most important portfolio or the ministry, they are called cabinet ministers. So they are the ones who head or hold most important ministries or portfolios. The senior most ministers: Rajnath Singh, Mr. Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, Nitin Gadkari, senior most people. Okay, most important portfolios. Second category of ministers are ministers of state. Hear me out. They are not ministers in the state government. They are ministers at the central level only. At the central level. It has got nothing to do with state government. I am repeating this point. Ministers of state have no relationship to state government. They are MPs only at the central level only. They are just called ministers of state. This is the second category. Ministers of state, called MOS. Minister of State. MOS. What is this MOS? Very simple. Think of all these cabinet ministers. Amit Shah, the finance minister, S. Jaishankar. These are people who are managing huge tasks. Finance ministry has 6 departments. Can you imagine the amount of workload these ministers have? How can a single minister handle everything? He or she needs some support and help of some junior minister. So then therein comes into picture this role of Minister of State. Ministers of State help the cabinet ministers. So these people are basically given charge or responsibility of certain departments within a ministry. Some departments under cabinet ministers. Are we clear on this? These ministers are just supporting the cabinet ministers. So they are called ministers of state. Now, sometimes there are some, see, we have discussed cabinet ministers, senior most people. But sometimes there will be some ministries which are not very big, but smaller ones. Now, in that ministry, we don't need 2 ministers. One is okay. But the ministry is not too big also to be called cabinet ministry. Those are called ministers of state independent charge. Third category, this is MOS independent charge. They are written as MOS IC. Okay? This. Who are they? These are those ministers who hold important portfolios but smaller portfolios independently. They hold relatively smaller ministry. Independently. Okay? So this is the hierarchy. At the top, we have the cabinet minister, of course. Then we have the minister of state, independent charge, because he has been given a charge of one ministry to handle on his own. And then we have ministers of state, right? Because these people are actually supporting the cabinet minister. This is the order of hierarchy also. Are we clear on this? Like we have minister for planning or minister for earth sciences, not really big ministry, but a smaller one, so you handle on your own, independently handling the ministry. But let me remind you, all these words are not mentioned in the constitution. The constitution only talks about one group, council of ministers. But for ease of performance and administration, we have to divide the category. Otherwise, 70 people deciding, very difficult. So normally what you think of the government in reality is this. Cabinet ministers is the government. Though they are also a part of government, but in the country, it is these people who are actually deciding everything, right? Portfolio means ministry. Portfolio is the other alternative word for ministry, okay? So that is the cabinet ministers. So basically, whenever we refer to the government, we are actually referring to these people, because if the senior most people say anything, the juniors have to follow, right? That's how it is. And of course, the cabinet includes the prime minister. So don't feel very easy. He's in the cabinet. The PM is the boss here. Okay? These are currently the only three types of ministers that we have in the country. Though in the past we had deputy minister, parliamentary secretary also, but they are no longer exist anyway, because these words are not mentioned in the constitution. So we can have any category we want. But currently, for the last at least 20 years, we have had these three ministers only: cabinet, MOS IC, and MOS. That's it. I hope this point is clear. And I'm repeating once again, these things are not mentioned in the constitution. And I'll repeat for those people who have a confusion: includes prime minister. Because after 15 days, if you ask me, sir, does the cabinet include prime minister? Of course it does. Doubts cleared now. Okay. Now, functions of cabinet. Now I think we'll have a better understanding. We can use the word cabinet safely now, right? Because cabinet means senior most ministers, right? So, first point, of course, it is a supreme executive authority. See, the idea of cabinet, that the senior most group of ministers will be there, is what? The principal idea is to ensure that a sense of collective responsibility towards people. So whenever things go wrong, we will, of course, always go for the cabinet, right? We will question the cabinet. So eventually the cabinet is the the real core government that is there. I hope this point is clear. Or somebody says cabinet word was added. Of course, it was added under Article 352 in 1978. But the word cabinet there refers to the Council of Ministers under Article 74 only. So, the definition of these categories is not mentioned in the Constitution. Let me repeat once again. Okay. So, firstly, cabinet is a supreme executive authority. So, what you see as a government's decision is basically these people deciding. Supreme, topmost executive authority. They are the principal policy making body. Don't think all the 70 ministers sitting together. No, no, no. These people sit and make policies. It's a coordinating body, ensure coordination amongst all the ministers, etc. And they are the ones who are going to prepare, enact and execute the budget. Now you'll say, sir, but the budget is made by finance minister. Of course, but do you think the PM does not know what is happening in the finance ministry? Are you thinking that the finance minister will make the budget on his or her own without PM's advice? Impossible. If she wants to be the finance minister, PM has to approve, right? So basically what happens is that all these senior people sit together and decide next year what will the budget be like. After all the decisions, the final decision on details, what money to be given to which ministry, that final detail, the finer nuances are decided by the finance minister. The PM knows everything. So when you see in the budget session that the finance minister reads the budget and the PM is excited, oh, new scheme. He knows everything. He is just pretending. I hope you get this point. He is just acting there. He knows everything of what is to come. Okay? So that is there. Preparation, enactment and execution of budget, the topmost people. Then all senior level appointments, governors of state, etc., everything, appointment orders come after the cabinet approves it. Crisis management. So in your cricket matches, what happens? Last 2 overs, 35 runs required. All these 3-4 senior people will come and advise the bowler how to bowl suddenly. So these senior people will come together and think on who to give the next over to, where to place the field, etc. Right? So in times of crisis, these senior people will meet together and then take decisions accordingly. And of course, they are the heads of the various organs of government. What is the organ of government? Organ of government simply refers to what? Ministry. What is the organ of government? Ministries are the organs of government. And how are the CEOs? Head is the minister. Yes or no? In every ministry, who is the head? The minister is the head. And then all you IS officers will be serving the needs of the minister. Okay. Also, please, this misconception is always there that, all these ministers, illiterate ministers, not really. At the central level, ministers are highly educated people with a lot of experience. Maybe at the state level, it may be possible in some states, but largely, you'll find that there are people who have very progressive views, intellectual people who become ministers. Okay, so don't feel, oh, I have to serve under some person who is not educated. No, that will not be the case. Because the governance is becoming so typical right now, it's highly technical that a common layman who has no experience will not be able to handle the ministry. Okay. So, this is with respect to the functions of the cabinet. Moving on, choosing ministers. Now, how do we choose ministers? What should be the criteria to choose ministers? So, please write. Let me see what you feel. If you are the Prime Minister of the country, what do you think will be your criteria to choose the minister? Don't write best friends, etc. That is not a criteria. I understand that may be the reality, but you have to write the proper criteria. quality of person, educational qualification, educated, regional responsibility, knowledge base, MA in political science. Political science has got nothing to do with politics. Good administrator, experience in same field, fame, expertise, expert, citizen of India, of course. Yeah. How will you choose non-citizens? You will take exam, very harsher. Man of integrity, ethics, oh my God. Experience in art, literature, diplomacy, popularity, previous work. What about first timers? Academic detail. Oh, somebody says 10th, 12th mark sheet, show me. Broader viewpoints, long-term political experience. So no scope for first timers for you. Okay, leadership qualities, no criminal case. We can't stop criminal cases. Somebody can file a case against you today, right? You may not be wrong. IAS officer, how sweet of you. You want to capture every post. Now ministry also. Optimistic. Okay. Eligible to handle crisis, having knowledge, linguistic majority, non-bribery. Okay. No corruption. Smart working, mentally sound. Of course, mentally sound has to be there. Okay. Let us spiritual, emotional argument. Okay, liberal, spiritual, all in one. What is all in one? So see, there are certain criteria that we should keep in mind. India is a very vast country and a very diverse country. The first thing that you need to consider is regional representation. Okay, that is of utmost importance. Every part of this country should have a sense of ownership with that government, right? No part should feel left out, right? That has been the allegation in the Northeast so far, that Northeastern part, people there feel that India is not treating them properly. The mainland India is always excluding them from largely every kind of activity. So that should never be the case. You have to have your government framed or formed in such a manner that it has people from all parts of the country. Very, very important to have regional diversity, right? Second thing, we also need to give space to various communities. Representation of various communities. It could be based on age, it could be based on language, gender, religion, caste, etc. Now, the moment I write caste, you say, oh, sir, promoting casteism. It's not promoting casteism. The point is that caste is a reality in the country, right? You may feel that caste does not work, but at the ground level, it does. People do form a very deep association with the caste and the group, right? So you have to have people from various castes to act as representatives of the interests of those groups also. And for anyone who feels that caste does not matter or does not exist, please wait for day after tomorrow, Sunday morning, take the matrimonial newspaper, right, the page, and open the page, and you will find out that caste still exists. Where you find that the brides are wanted, the grooms are wanted of a certain caste, caste matters. Okay. So it's there. That's a harsh reality. So there they'll mention very clearly, groom wanted 6-figure salary, 7-figure salary. Bride wanted always fair, beautiful. So we all may make all these comments that, forget the fairness creams, but we are obsessed with fairness. That's a sad reality, right? That is why we have Fair and Lovely, Fair and Handsome, or whatever these creams are. Why are they selling so much? You may type some nonsense on your Instagram post that skin does not matter, but secretly using Fair and Lovely. That's a harsh reality. What to do? It will take some time to change, but we will modify and improve slowly and steadily. That is why in India it's very easy to make people gullible. All you have to do is look good and speak in good English. That's it. That Colonial mindset is not going away. What can we say? Anyway, third thing that is way more important is a level of integrity. A lot of you mentioned this point actually. Somebody who is not corrupt. So a level of integrity is very important. Then we also need to put some kind of maximum age limit here. See, maximum age is required. This current government has actually had this concept of age of 75. So maximum age, or let's write example, we can have the age of 75 years. Now, I am not saying that above 75, the ministers are completely useless. But the whole point is that once you cross 75, see, a job of a minister is a very hectic one. You have to travel, meet people, dignitaries, foreign visits. It does take a toll on your body. And when you are too old, handling all these things could be a challenge. That is why we need to have some kind of maximum cutoff age. The current government is following these things. They have a current cutoff age of 75. The point is that will it be applicable on the prime minister or not? I'm not sure. But for other ministers, it is applicable, right? It is applicable because we have seen that the moment you turn 75, you are removed from the post of a minister. That's the maximum age. Apart from it, other things that you guys pointed out, like level of competence, to hold sensitive portfolios, right? Or sensitive ministries. Beyond that, you need to be a good administrator. See, when it comes to expertise, let me tell you, these ministers already have experts like you. What will you do if they're experts? They need to have a broader vision. They should be visionaries rather than experts, because they have an expert like you to get the task done. So what we need in a minister is to have a broader vision, a good decision maker, a good administrator, somebody who can manage a team properly. That's a way more important quality. Because if the minister is too much of an expert, he or she may interfere way too much in your tasks, may try to micromanage things. That could be a challenge. So these are some of the very important criteria that should be kept in mind, while choosing ministers. What is kept in mind, we don't know, right? Friendship, etc. But see, these two things are kept in mind. Please, these two are always kept in mind, because it is very important to address the concerns of this diverse country like India. We have to ensure that these things should be there. Again, these things are not mentioned in the constitution. That is just an advice or suggestions for the governments. Now, inner circle of prime minister. One more thing before we also discuss this inner circle. How do you create a ministry? Let's say we today want to create a new ministry called Temple Ministry. Let's assume. Then what do we need to do? So to create a ministry, all that is required, it's a very simple task. To create a ministry, all that you need to do is amend some rules. What rules have to be amended? So if you want to create any new ministry, what you need to do is go to the Government of India. We have two rules. So yesterday we had seen in the topic precedent, so day for yesterday, that the president can make rules for the convenient transaction of business and for the allocation of business amongst the ministers. So under Article 77 clause 3, okay, President can make rules, and President has made rules. Government of India allocation of business rules. What is meant by allocating business? Allocation of business means what person will be given what kind of tasks is what is referred to allocation of business. Okay. So what task will be given to the, say, home minister, what task given to the finance minister, all these are decided by the PM, but the official order is signed by the president, and the ministries are mentioned here. This is where the ministries are mentioned. If you want to create a new ministry, you have to simply amend the rules by executive order. No need to pass any bill, proposal, nothing. Rules can be modified by the president, meaning by the government. So today, if the government wants to create a new ministry, they can simply ask the president, sign, and new ministry is created. No problem. Nothing is required. Are they clear on this? This is how easy it is to create a ministry. Okay. So this is with respect to the creation of ministries. Anyway, now see, when you clear the examination and you become an IAS IPS officer, you still will be influenced a lot by your friends and family members. That's actually true. Your friends, your family members will give you advice when you go back home, sitting on a dinner table. Your spouse could give you advice that, see, why don't you start this scheme? Or in that colony, the potholes are there, too many potholes are there. Why don't you call the municipal commissioner and get those potholes filled? All these things. Same thing happens to the PM also. See, the PM has bureaucrats. Of course, you will say, sir, but the PM has people like us. Of course. But despite that, he will take the advice of people who are very close to him. It is very, very natural, right? Yes, the PM has Prime Minister's office, the PMO. Yes, the PM has the cabinet, but still there will be some very close people who will advise the Prime Minister. Okay, that is called the inner circle of Prime Minister. This is the PM's informal circle of advisors. Informal circle of advisors. See, the origin of this term was in USA. So in USA, what happened in 1829? There used to be a president called Andrew Jackson. And Andrew Jackson was a very weird president because he never trusted the government officials, right? He would always take the advice how to run the country from his friends and family members. So it was normally said in the media by these newspapers and all that the Andrew Jackson as a president is taking advice from his friends and family members. The country is being run from the kitchen of the president, and hence that group of ministers was called kitchen cabinet or parlor cabinet. So he would go to some a parlor and then sit with his friends in a pub, and the friend would advise, and then he would act accordingly, right? Same thing happens in India also. I mean, look at Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi used to take the advice of her son Sanjay Gandhi, senior politicians, some bureaucrats, the Commissioner of Delhi, Bassi. In fact, Indira Gandhi was also very closely advised by one godman called Dhirendra Brahmachari, or this P.V. Narasimha Rao. P.V. Narasimha Rao was an ardent follower of one person called Chandra Swami, Nemi Chand. He was a self-styled godman, Babaji. So all those people who have seen this series called Scam 1992, that Harshad the Mehta scam series, right? Have you seen that? So in that, in the later half of the series, Harshad Mehta keeps on calling one Babaji in Delhi. That Babaji was Nemi Chand only. Okay? Chandra Swami. So P.V. Narasimha Rao was influenced by that Babaji. Indira Gandhi's group of people who used to advise her was called Kitchen Cabinet, taking the name from USA. When Rajiv Gandhi became the Prime Minister, he had studied in Doon School and all. So a lot of his friends from school days, they used to advise him. It was called the Dehradun Brigade. Or Lal Bahadur Shastri. Lal Bahadur Shastri, he was advised by a group of people who largely belonged to various trade unions, and that group was called Grand Council of India. So this is what is called the inner circle of the cabinet. These are all press coined terms, coined by media. Please don't say, sir, which article says this? No article says. Why will an article say this? This is informal, right? These are the people who are actually responsible for running the country. Okay. So if a question like this is asked, you can quote examples. Otherwise, you may skip the names also, not required really. Okay. So this is what is inner circle of Prime Minister. I hope this point is clear. Okay. Now, size of the cabinet. What will be the perfect size of the cabinet? See, as far as size of cabinet is concerned, cabinet should not be very large, should not be very small. We have to find a balanced cabinet. See, we know very well that the maximum number of ministers can be up to 15%. But the senior most people who are actually running the country, that has to be a sufficiently small group. If the cabinet is too small, just 4 people. Let's say today we have only 2 people who decide everything. Mr. Modi and his Amit Shah, right? Let's say these two decide everything. What can be a problem? The first problem will be concentration of power, yes or no, in the hands of 2 people only. Complete centralization of power. Secondly, no representation, that is regional, etc. That could be a problem. Number 3, if you have very few ministers who are senior most ministers, they have to handle multiple portfolios. How will they handle multiple portfolios? Handling multiple ministries. This, of course, is going to overburden them. Apart from it, if we have more people, it also results in having diverse opinion. Few people, the problem is going to be narrow vision. Narrow vision in governance. Why? Because of limited opinion. These are all going to be issues if the cabinet becomes too small. But if we have a very large cabinet, too large, that has its own set of problems. What kind of problems? Number one, too many people. Firstly, irrational ministry creation. If we have too many senior ministers, we have to create too many ministries to satisfy everybody. Then, apart from it, there is also a problem of building consensus. Two people can decide and take a decision. 30 people, problem. Therefore, delayed decision making. Why? Because of excessive discussion. Too much of discussion is going to happen. Then many ministers' salaries, allowances, burden on the exchequer, the taxpayer. Okay. Now, one more thing will be, if too many people take part in decision making, then maintenance of secrecy will also be a difficult task. Secrecy of information. Difficult to maintain. So these are all problems if you have too large a cabinet. And most senior ministers, if they are a part of cabinet only, then who will question the government? That's also a problem. So these are challenges if we have too large a cabinet. These are challenges if we have a very small cabinet. So the balance has to be struck. Neither too large nor too small. A medium-sized cabinet. Okay? Are we clear on this? See, if you have a very small cabinet, two people cannot have diverse opinion. 10 people can bring on table 10 different viewpoints, but two people can only have limited opinion, right? But 30 people, too much of opinion. Then there will be excessive discussion. And when you have too much of discussion, then decision making is always delayed. Are we clear? Balance, moderately sized cabinet. That's what is required. And finally, limitations or checks on the cabinet. So please tell me, what can be the checks on the cabinet, or who acts as a check on the cabinet? Please tell me. What are checks on the cabinet? How to control this powerful government? Supreme Court, legislature, PM is part of government only. Lok Sabha, legislature, same. Parliament, media, okay. Judiciary, CAG, CVC, very good. President, very good. Opposition, parliament, same. RTI, okay. International media, okay. Public pressure, very good. Fourth pillar, the media. Lokpal, ED, CBI, unlikely. Public, next election. It will take 5 years. Okay, fair enough. So you have a large understanding how to keep a check on the government. Number one check is the parliament. Yes or no? The opposition MPs, etc., they will keep a check through various mechanisms. Number two is the big boss, judiciary. They are also there to harass the government. Number three, media. Very, very important. Both the national media and international media. So currently our media is completely biased. You can see very well. In India, we have only two types of media. One media says, if there is heaven anywhere on the planet, it is under this government. Second media says, if there is hell anywhere on this planet, it is under this government. There is no balanced view. That's why some people say, oh, you are the Godi media. Others say, oh, you are the Darbari media. That's the allegation. But nobody is fair. They are on the extreme opposites. Anyway, apart from that, very important is public opinion, because eventually public's opinion becomes negative. Then in the times of election, you'll be voted out. Then specialized institutions. Okay, what is that? Bodies like CAG, bodies like Lokpal, etc. They can keep a check. Apart from this, even these pressure groups, NGOs, civil society, etc. You'll be studying about all these terms in your governance classes. Okay, all this Lokpal, CAG, pressure groups, all these things. Then international organizations also. Now you will say, sir, how can international organizations keep a check on Indian government? It does. Like UN, like IMF, like WTO, these also keep a check on our government. Hey, opposition is a part of parliament only. Opposition is, what is opposition? MPs, right? Where are MPs sitting? Parliament. Parliament. Okay, so these are various categories which can keep a check on the cabinet, plus of course the president. He can also keep a check on the government using veto powers. Yes, yes, social media includes every kind of media. Okay, whether they are doing it or not is secondary discussion, but these are the ways to keep a check on the media, on the cabinet or the government. Okay, that's it. We are done with our discussion on the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers. So all this question came last year only. Oh, 45 seconds. Mark the answer. Okay, a lot of you marked B as the answer. That's absolutely correct. The Constitution of India classifies. Does it classify? I have been telling this again and again. The Constitution does not classify. These things are not mentioned in the Constitution, right? So, first statement is of course wrong. One is wrong. These two are wrong. The total number of ministers in the Union shall not exceed 15%. This is the 91st Amendment Act 2003. Third time the question was asked. UPSC is obsessed with this fact. B, 2 only. Last question for the day. Please mark the answer. Oh, sorry, poll. Okay, a lot of you marked this answer correct. Great. The principle underlying the cabinet form of government. So, of course, a mechanism of parliamentary democracy for ensuring what? Collective responsibility of the government to the people. This is the principle of the cabinet, ensuring that the government is collectively, eventually accountable to the people. Right? So, this is what is there. We are done with the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. In case you want to read Lakshmikant, feel free to read chapter 19 and 20. Apart from it, if you want to read your Indian Constitution work, you can read chapter 4 from there. We have covered all the topics. Important articles we know very well: 74, 75, 78. And we also have one schedule. Which schedule is that? Third schedule. That's it. Okay. That is all as far as our discussion for today is concerned. Now we'll discuss on the answer. Somebody said the NCERT chapter. Chapter 4, Indian Constitution at work if you are studying NCERT. Okay. Yes. Leaderboard for the day. Let me see the leaderboard. 3 people, Ravi Verma, Venkatnalla and JM Barboza. I'm not sure what is the pronunciation, but that's that. 150 points. Then Ghazala, Sanjay, Abhishek at the second level, 140 points. That is Ghazala, Nishat, Sanjay Kumar, Abhishek Yadav. Then Vishwa, Senidan, Sudish, Ujita, Bhupendra with 130 points. Then we have Harsh, Reet, Satyaprakash, Surbhi, Riddhima, Shruti, Nivedita, Ankita, Anish John, Mayavanshi, etc. at 120 points. Okay. The leaderboard only shows 20 people. That's it. It does not show all the 100 people. Right? So there is no point. And have faith in me. I don't know any person's name. Have faith in what names I am telling. Right? So there is no point. It only shows top scorers, top 20 people. That's it. Whose names I have just said. No biasness. Basically, in the class, what happens is when I take the offline classes, then whoever gets the highest score, I give chocolates. But here, there is no scope to give chocolates. Okay. Guys, those who are saying I want to see rank, only top 20 people's names and ranks are mentioned there. Not all the people. That's the limit of the leaderboard. There is no point. Have full faith in me. Online bhej do. How sweet of you. Yes. Very good. Okay. Now, let's come to answer writing, a very, very important element of our examination, and not just an important, but the most important element is going to be writing answers, right? So certain things need to be followed when you write answers. Okay. First things first. See, there are 3 things that are mandatory that you need to follow while you're writing your answers. Number 1, you have to use simple language. This is not an examination of literature. Please don't use complicated language. It is not required. Simplest of languages to mention your points or your side of the argument. Number 2, please respect the word limit. The word limit is there for a reason. Okay? There is a reason for the word limit. What's the reason? The reason is to ensure that, or to check also, whether you are able to represent yourself in a confined format or not. It is not a college examination. Don't fill up papers. You will not get any marks. If you cross the word limit, you will get negative marks only. Are you clear? And third thing, I will write this and I'll tell you. Write what is asked, not what you know. So on a lot of occasions, we simply pick a word and we start writing on that word only, because we are going to give information that we know. We don't care what the question is asking, because that is what we've been trained in the college to do. Fill pages. Here, you have to just write what is asked. There is no need to write any useless information which does not relate to the question. I'll give a simple example to show you a question. See, instances of questions will be discussed later on, but instances of president's delay in commuting death sentences has come under public debate as denying justice. Whenever president takes too much of time in commuting death sentences, people say justice is being denied. Should there be a time specified for the president to accept such mercy petitions? This is a question. Now imagine somebody starts writing introduction. Under Article 72, the president has 6 different mercy petitions. Pardon definition, commutation definition. You are writing what is not required. Write what is asked. Don't write information that you know. Okay? This is basic information that I think everybody understands. Now, beyond this, what other things are required? Answers, preferably in point format. See, try to write answers in points, because when we write we only write answers in paragraphs when we don't know the points. In fact, at least this is what is the vibe that the evaluator gets, that you don't know the points, that's why you are preferring the paragraph form. Okay, that should not be the case. Always try, at least in the case of 60-70% questions, that write points. That also shows clarity of thought. Second thing is, always have a 360-degree approach. You have to become the A.B. de Villiers of answer writing. Linking multiple topics. So your answers should have multiple avenues to it. Link, have some, if your answer is there on some evaluation, link it to internal security, some economic impact, some social impact, international impact. The more topics you can correlate, the better it is going to be. Now, of course, this will only come when you are well averse with multiple topics. For example, if you're writing an answer in social justice and you use some article of the Indian Constitution, that's interlinking. If you're writing some answer on judiciary and then you use some economic aspect of it, or let's say you're addressing a simple answer on death sentence, right? Death sentence, it should not be there. Why? You can simply link it with international relations. Very simple. India has death sentence, but the problem is that because we give death sentence, lot of these other countries which do not give death sentence, they never send the Indian prisoners who are caught there back to India. They don't extradite those people to India because we give death sentences. So most of these countries don't sign mutual legal assistance treaties with India because we give death sentence, they don't. That is also one reason why we should avoid death sentences. international angle to it, right? Anyway, apart from it, one big misconception is that, and very serious problem, is that we have been told don't criticize the government, always sing praises for the government. That's not the case. You have to always uh, accept the mistake immediately. If there's a shortcoming in the country, don't say nothing is wrong, this is the best country whatsoever. Of course there are shortcomings. Accept shortcomings, but a very important and crucial element. See, you have to exhibit a positive frame of mind. They are looking for a problem solver. They need somebody who can solve problems. So become a problem solver. Meaning, if you have found a mistake that this is wrong, you should be willing to offer some suggestion also. Offer viable solution. Why do I say viable? A solution which should work, a logical one. Don't come off as somebody who is an armchair activist who has no idea what happens in reality. Don't sound like that. Okay? And your suggestion should not involve expenditure of $100 billion. India does not have that kind of money. So we are looking for people who have a positive frame of mind, yet they are able to offer realistic solutions. And this is going to be a deciding factor whether in your conclusion you are willing and you are able to give suggestions or not. Okay. Beyond that, some very basic things. We need to remain neutral, remain unbiased. Let's say you're a fan of Narendra Modi or you find Rahul Gandhi cute, does not matter. You have to remain neutral, right? Please don't take sides, don't name political parties, don't name politicians. Always refer to government. Let us say you have to write about the 1980s government. Government in 1980s, not the Congress government or BJP government. No. Government. They're all governments. For you, neutral. Because it is very, very important to remain neutral. The art of neutrality has to be exhibited on the paper. It is a very important criteria to select a civil servant, because your civil services rules also say that the civil servants have to be neutral. If you are not neutral and you favor some party, then we can never select you, because we want unbiased people. Then, very important is to always be empathetic. What is empathy? Your answers should reflect the understanding of the country. Let's say you say we should have e-governance everywhere, remove every other element of providing services. That's not possible. In India, large group of people do not have digital literacy. We have to ensure that there are alternative ways for them to get some kind of service. So please always try to have empathy, not sympathy. Empathy. Empathy means putting yourself into somebody else's shoes and understanding their problem, their point of view. It is very important. It will reflect in your answer that you are somebody who is sitting from the sides and having an elitist point of view. That should not be there. And of course, very important, when you write the answer, the focus has to always be on the larger good of the society. Focus on. So if it comes to this point that you have to talk about rich versus poor, it would be better to take the side of the poor, but with maintaining the balance and dignity. Because again, your service rules also say that you have to be committed towards the servicing the needs of poorest of the poor. This is a commitment role mentioned in your civil service rules. You'll be taught all this in your governance classes. So that's there. And of course, No suggestion which violates any constitutional provision. Whether you like the rule book or not, we don't care. Nobody cares. You have to stay within the framework of the constitution. Please don't give any suggestion which violates any constitutional provision. That's why we always say that you should try to align your values with the values of the constitution. Framework of constitution. It cannot be violated. Not possible. These things have to be incorporated. Now, moving on to some other details. Apart from this, see, when you write the answer, every question has a structure or answer has a structure. What should be the structure of your answer? The most generic structure, we have two types of questions, 150 words, 250 words. Okay. Every question will have an introduction, a body, and a conclusion. Please don't run away without writing conclusion. It is mandatory, right? Your answer becomes complete when you write a conclusion. One line also, conclude. Now, if you are writing a 150 word answer, please understand that your introduction cannot cross 25 words. Maximum 20 to 25 words. This is too much. Here, you can write, say, 30 to 35 words. And that too, when you are giving some information in the introduction, some current affairs correlation is there. Otherwise, small introduction. Same goes for conclusion. Now, the best conclusion is going to be suggestions. Try to always incorporate some suggestions in the conclusion. This will also help you, or rather prevent you from thinking too much on how to conclude beautifully. The pressure goes away because now you can simply write suggestions that forms a part of conclusion. Conclusion can be slightly bigger. It can reach 30 words also, sometimes say 35 words also, if you are offering a suggestion. Otherwise, small conclusion. Here also, 40 to 45 words if you're offering suggestion. Rest should belong to the body because the body is where the evaluation happens. That is the meat of your answer. Are we clear on this? This is what is the structure standard we should follow. And don't write the words intro, body, conclusion. Okay? Don't write these words. It is understood that is the introduction, body, conclusion. Body can have multiple paragraphs, no problem. Intro should not be in point format. Conclusion can be in point format, but intro should not be in point format. I hope this point is clear. Now, what is eventually required for us to do is to follow a certain criteria. So, when you are writing answers, it will take some time to write good answers. There is actually a list, a checklist that you should follow. What is the checklist? This is the order of importance. The first thing that you need to improve is content. Content of the answer. Okay. Whatever is the question, as many points as you can write for that answer. That is your primary target. In the next 30, 40, 50 questions, don't worry on anything else. Just focus on content. Google search for content. Look into books for content. Refer things, but add more content. But keeping in mind the word limit. These two things have to go together, and this is going to be your only target for the first 50, 60 answers, right? Secondly, after the content is done, then we focus on the structure of the answer. Intro, body, conclusion, word definition is proper or not, the intro is limited or not, are we writing too much of introduction, etc. Then start focusing on choice of words. Choice of words is very important. It reflects what you think. For example, maybe you feel police is corrupt. Maybe you just paid the bribe in the morning to some policeman. You can't write this. You will have a positive frame of mind. So what you will say, in larger public perception, police is seen to be corrupt. It is largely believed that police is corrupt. People allege that police is corrupt. I am not blaming. I find police to be very nice. Others say it. What can I do? That should be the idea. Okay? Once this is done, then we have to focus on the language. Focus on, yes, language. 2 lines. Number 1, grammar. There should not be grammatical mistakes. How to avoid it? Write short sentences. If you write long sentences, you will start in past tense and end up in future tense. So write short sentences. Second thing, spellings. Avoid spelling mistakes. Please don't write words, the spellings of which you don't know. And technical words, let's say you are writing an answer on polity and you have mentioned sovereignty wrong, spelling wrong. That is a criminal offense. The evaluator should personally come to your house and slap you for that. This cannot be tolerated. Okay? So please focus on avoiding spelling mistakes. After all this is done, then we will focus on, let's write here, neatness or presentation. So for a lot of people, there could be a question that, sir, handwriting? To which my answer is, what can you do now? See, if I tell you handwriting does not matter, it does matter. Frankly, tell me something. In your real life also, a person who is more presentable is more appealing compared to somebody who is not presentable. Handwriting does matter. But what can we do now? We can't change it now. It's too late. Right? Blame your parents. Maybe your kids can have better handwriting if you train them right from the beginning. Nothing can be done about it. But what you can do is at least be more neat. Proper spacing between words, spacing between lines, less of scribbling, less of smudging to appear more neat. That is under your control. Okay. Once all this is done, the last thing that you need to focus on is time management. A lot of people start focusing with timing their answers. Not required. If you follow all this properly, you will find that you can write your answers in a limited time frame. So initially, if you are taking 30 minutes, it's okay. 40 minutes, no problem. But follow this checklist in this order only. This is the order. I hope this point is clear, right? You need to follow this order. Don't worry on time. Whatever anyone says, please don't time your answers right now. You are digging a hole for yourself if you time your answers right now. You have not practiced enough to time your answers. Let it be. Write freely, improve, and then things will fall into place accordingly. Right? Beyond that, what you need to do is solve tests. Mock tests have to be written again and again and again. The only way to improve your answers is practice. Write as many answers as possible. Okay? It is very, very important. Okay. Now, a couple of things that you should understand. One important element that people may face a problem with is speed of writing. For writing speed, again, it's just practice, nothing else. Because you have to write too much, 4,000 words in 180 minutes. So, of course, writing speed is of extreme importance. Okay. What you can do is basic things like pick up a pen, choose that pen only, have that practice. If your writing speed is very slow, avoid ink pen, because ink pen has a lot of friction on the paper. The handwriting improves, but at the cost of time. So the point is that you can use a ball pen, and don't worry, whatever pen you use, the paper in UPSC is of an impeccable quality. So V5, V7, Pilot, ink pen, that pen, whatever pen you use, it will all be okay. Blue or black. Don't write with green pen, purple pen, red pen, all these, of course. One more thing, for yes, gel pen, this pen, that pen, whatever pen you want to write, no problem. One more thing, one issue that people have with word limit. How do I find the word limit? Let's say these are two answer sheets that you have. Mind you, when you practice your answers, it is mandatory to follow the UPSC's answer sheet. UPSC answer sheet is like this. You have margin on both the sides, and in the middle you have to write. Every answer you practice should be on this answer copy only. Okay? Every answer you practice. It can't be on some piece of paper, etc. No. Take answer writing seriously. Write on this kind of paper only. Okay? Now, how to keep a track of your word limit? Let's say you start writing the answer, a 150 word answer, and you find that in general, because of your handwriting, your word spacing, everybody's handwriting and word spacing is different, your 150 words end up somewhere here. Now this should be kept in mind by you. This point is different for everybody, where the answer ends. In the first few cases, say 20, 30, 40 answers, please count the words. Ignore the 2-letter words or 1-letter word. Count the 3-letter words and above. Count the 3-letter words and above. 150 words. And then slowly and steadily, you will get the idea that, okay, I reach my 150 in that zone. That is sufficient. So once you have come here while writing answer, you know very well that now I have to conclude. I only have 4 or 5 lines left. That's how you calculate your word limit. It will be different for everyone. So we can't keep on counting words. We have to get an estimate. That estimate will come initially from counting and then finding out at what point will the words end. And yes, this is a blank piece of paper. You can Google search for this UPSC answer writing notebooks. You'll get them on Amazon, Flipkart, everywhere. So very cheap. It's just A4 sheet with 2 margins. You can download UPSC's sample answer copy also, right? Or you can simply take A4 sheet and take a margin of 1.5 inch on both sides, draw it, then write. Okay, so that's it. This is how you keep the word limit. And of course, it is very, very important to solve questions, write answers. The big problem people face is, sir, how to write my first answer? So I'll be very real with you. Whatever first answer you write, please don't mind, it will be bad, because you have never been trained into writing the answer. We have been trained to writing the answer in a different format. This is slightly different. We know how to write, but not in the same form as UPSC expects. Okay, so it will take its own sweet time. It will take time, not less than 50, 60 answers to get an improvement. So you may start writing, you will get very low marks, 3, 4, 5 marks out of 15. You may feel bad, don't feel bad, it's okay. It's a journey. When you go to the gym, you don't get muscles on the very first day. You don't get abs on the very first day. It may take 6, 8 months of consistent practice. This will fall into place with time. Are we clear on this? It all boils down to practice. As far as UPSC's previous year questions are concerned, right? We have on the tablet recordings of the previous year questions. Every topic every question from Polity has been recorded by me only. No self-promotion. Please go and watch the video and then write the answer. And get your answers evaluated. Okay? This is how it is going to start. If you say, sir, how do I start writing? What approach to follow? Do you think I have not heard these questions before? But the point is, how do I tell you this? Until and unless you don't show somebody an answer, how will we be able to find a fault in your answer? So you have to write to even be guided properly. Write. Whatever you feel like, write. Send it. Get evaluated. Improve. I hope this point goes down well with everybody. Okay? So send your question to Target IAS and all, and whatever website links are there, get them evaluated and keep separate notebooks for all your answers. It is going to be of utmost importance. Please keep separate notebooks for all your answers. First target, PYQs. Second, the weekly mock test, you have 5 questions. This is the bare minimum. So those people who are saying, sir, I have a job, sir, I am going to college, you can at least manage this. This is bare minimum. Those who are full-fledgedly involved into preparing for the examination, you can go to various websites, get some mock test questions of other coaching institutes, solve them also, no problem, right? But yes, when you search for random questions, please make sure that the question is worthy of being asked in the examination. It's very important. Okay. One more thing. In your questions, you may find these words: analyze, discuss, etc. These words have all very similar meaning. The word use changes because of the question. Don't fall prey to this nonsense. Because I have to sell you a product, I will say, all these words are different. Please join my classes and then I'll teach you. And I'll teach you nothing because these words mean the same thing. The only word that you need to follow and focus on is critical. If the question says critically, this means you have to write pros and cons. That's it. That is it. Otherwise, discuss, analyze, examine, they all mean the same thing with slight difference. And these words are used in different questions based on the context of the question, right? Discussion on some topic, analyzing some argument, some suggestion. So they vary based on question. No hidden underlying meaning. Please don't fall prey to all these things. You have to write the answers for the question. Pros means advantages, cons means challenges. Plus minus. That is called critical. When you are critical of something, you write the negatives and the positives. Negative, positive. Okay? That is all as far as my suggestions are concerned for answer writing. I hope it helps. But I'll tell you again, right? It's a very long journey. It will take a lot of time to improve your answers. My expectation is to please follow at least before the main examination. If you have written, say, around 500 answers for a topic, trust me, there is no stopping you from clearing the examination. Most people who don't clear or score low marks are the ones who have not practiced answer writing enough. So rather than making your own notes, blue pen, green pen, that pen, write answers. In your answers, you can show creativity, use diagrams, flowcharts, underline, but please understand that in the real-time exam scenario, you may not be able to do all this drama because the time is very less. Okay? So you have to think fast, think quickly. So maybe in your practice mock test, you may be changing pens and all, underline with black pen, make flower there. In the exam, it may be challenging. So do it right now, no problem. But when you have succeeded finally in getting all this correct, eventually when you come to time management, then you will realize that I need to skip on certain things. Okay? So that is how things fall into place slowly and steadily. Okay? So that's all as far as answer writing is concerned. Now the whole point boils down to you practicing and writing your answers. So just write. And as far as I said, the questions are concerned. Firstly, we have some questions here. You can address these 4 questions, no, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3. You can go to your PYQs, solve questions from there. Tomorrow you'll have a test, weekly test. 5 questions you'll get from there, solve them. So that's how you proceed. That's the bare minimum. Okay, that's all for me, guys. We'll meet in the next class. That's on Monday. So sitting is being adjourned, not sine die, just adjourned because the date of next meeting is fixed on Monday. That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. I'll take doubts if you have any. Where is PYQ? On your tablet, or download the previous year questions. Weekly test time, you can get information from the mentors. Thota, those were glorious days. Nowadays, opposition parties, please don't even think that they'll be ministers. Sudesh, you can start writing answers now. It's okay. 5 days. I'm not saying or guaranteeing that you'll write very good answers, but you can start writing answers. Please show last slide. Last slide. No, Anupam. Biased. See, frankly, be biased. Who cares? I don't care. But in the answer, don't come off as biased. That's what I want. As your teacher here, that's what I want, that in your answers, please don't come off as biased. And frankly, in reality also, don't be biased, right? Because we see the divide in this country, right? We already are witnessing that the rich are getting richer, poor are getting poorer. And then if we are biased in favor of some people who are already in authority, that is wrong. Only PYQs, no, both test and PYQs. Rohan, quotations from politicians, political statements, no. Quotations, always. You are always welcome to add as many quotations as possible. But frankly, it may not be as easy as you think it is, because thinking on the spot on 20 different topics is very challenging. But yes, you can. Sirangi, 500 questions from polity in general, total polity. Vaishna, not really. Quotations may not be given verbatim. You can modify the words, of course. Yes, Biswajit, 6 out of 15, I won't say enough, but pretty decent actually. 6 out of 15 is not a bad score. It's right in the middle, average score. Abhishek, if there is any contradictory opinion of one faculty to the other, you are free to follow anyone's advice. Completely free. There are 100 ways to solve a problem, right? Essay writing, it's the same time, 3 hours, 2500 words. Essay is easier. Don't worry on essay time limit. In essay, you'll have plenty of time. Devishri, remain unbiased meaning remain impartial, neutral. Don't show support for BJP, Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, etc. Yes, interlinking can be done from static portion, but of course it will take some time. So slowly and steadily. Aishwarya, revision of course should be followed through 2 techniques. Number 1, revising slides, mugging it up, and number 2 is solving as many questions as possible, right? Amit, I'm referring to the recordings of PYQs. Harsh, the statement is actually correct because there is no limitation on where and at what time does the president call the members. In fact, he can call a few members of the House, all members of the House, etc. So that is the scope of ambiguity, which is actually correct. Satya, when salaries gained by parliament to president after the sessions, is that president will be the person? Yes, he finally signs the bill. Objectives of answer writing. Tirupati, I don't understand the question actually. Write in ruled page, Rakhi, no. Blank pages, please. Sneha, how is it possible? Sneha, if you see, firstly, this is more than 1 year. It's almost going to be 2 years. Right till the mains answer writing. I'm talking about that. So it's almost 2 years. It's possible. And when you are going to get the best job in the country, if you're not willing to put in that effort also, then what can we say? At least try to reach that part, touch that 500 mark, maybe 300-400 mark, 300-400 questions. Yes, for every subject, of course. Even if you solve the PPTs, you will get 150 questions just by solving PYQs only. This is full screen only, Vivek. What is the other full screen? Okay, I believe your question. Tomorrow, see, every weekly test will be based on the topics covered in that week. So Monday to Friday, what the topics are covered, the test is based on those topics covered. Okay, great guys. So as far as your queries are concerned, your experts will keep on addressing those concerns, and let's meet on Monday, right, with more topics, more discussion. And of course, next week we are going to discuss a very important topic called Parliament, from where you will have guaranteed questions in prelims and mains. Okay, till then, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind.